Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, Twitch. Good morning, Kick. Good morning, Rumble. I still have that speaker. Sorry about the technical difficulties this morning, guys. It was kind of a disaster for whatever reason. My social stream ninja needed updated, and it wasn't until after I started the stream that I was aware of this. Kind of tough. Let's see if I got everything done here. All right. Good morning, BR, KL3, Sonia, Sunny, Jeff, Aiken. I imagine you're still out there. Hopefully. Paragon. I don't know if you stayed or not, but if you're still here, good morning. And thank you for the Alt H. I wasn't trying to do a horizontal line all the way across, though. But thank you for that. I've got all kinds of people that are always telling me, you know, the quick keys. I will tell you, Manpour's a big one of them. I don't know how he keeps track of all these, and I have exactly the same problem, Paragon. I don't remember them all. Manpour does it. He's like I don't know, he's like a computer inside his head. I wish I could remember all that stuff. I do everything the long way. I'm not going to say I don't, but I was not looking for a straight horizontal line. I was looking for just moving a trend line. My straight horizontal lines are historical market structure. So I have different lines and basically, you know, explain that to everyone. So if I would have used a straight horizontal line there, it would have confused everybody that came back to look at the charts, right? I couldn't actually put that there. Anyway, and I'm struggling here, guys. Hello, Sonia. I'm going to refresh this thing one more time, the Discord, so it's going to pull everything off, and I will put it right back. For some reason, my Discord is lagging. I don't know why. I can't type in the type bar. I actually swapped to using my phone for a minute. Let me refresh it real quick, and I'll put my screen right back. Just give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. You should be back. Hopefully it'll work for a little while. I struggle with Discord a lot. Don't know why, guys, but I've had tons of issues with Discord as times went on. I had a few issues with, you know, essentially everything this morning, so just one of those things, all because I forgot to, I mean, I didn't know, I guess I should say. I didn't know that there was an update for the Social Stream Ninja. So for that, if I don't update that, that's an extension that keeps all the texts on OBS. So when everybody chats, it keeps it on OBS, and there's absolutely no way that I can keep up with all of the social media platforms at the same time without that, because I'd have to consistently be scanning through each social media platform to try to see you guys' chat, which would be next to impossible. So it's really a useful thing that I use, sadly. All right, so what are we looking at here, guys? Sonny, are you back? Or are you still gone? He may not be back. He absolutely picked up my strategy. I think that he trades my strategy better than I do. Oh, he'd be delighted to hear that. He's not here, dang it. Anyway, the trade earlier, as Jeff was asking, and obviously you can't tell much from this candle yet, but we've got 20 minutes here before the next candle opens, so let's go over it real quick. So this next level, right, Jeff, would have been essentially here, and that's your fake out level. If Chief Locke was here, we could go over why this is a fake out level, so you know that you're going to come and fake out into this area. But essentially, we'll just move that out of the way, right? So here was your hour. Here was your hour close. So you got to close above with the top wick, right? So that's your recovery. you're looking at 21, 22 ticks, right? Jeff, you are here, right? Hopefully. As I'm going over all this. Anyways, I'll go over all of it for everyone else as well. So, when we came in, and of course this candle's changed now, but when we came in and put on this bottom wick, we put on the bottom wick to about here, I believe. When you came in and put on that bottom wick, then the flip of that candle, back bullish, was your entry to recover this wick, right? And I mean, normally we do TP1 at 20 ticks anyway, so this was like 21, 22. But either way, that was what you were looking for, was the recovery of that top wick. And then on the 30, you were hoping to push through that to put a top wick on this candle. And it, you know, it hasn't really put the top wick there yet. You know, you can argue it's a little higher than it was, but not really. This is essentially about a triple top if you want to look at it that way. So will this get blown through? Yeah, eventually. Why? Because everybody's stops are up here. You would have loved to seen it get blown through there, but the disadvantage of this situation here is this is the fake out area, right? That's what we talk about all the time. So here is the nose of your M. So what are you expecting? You're expecting a close up into this area with no top wick. It's the same position from yesterday. Close, no top wick, you know, and then a top wick to come in, right, on the next candle, and then a flip bearish to come back down. That's what you expect in these areas. So these wicks are pretty, you know, they make a bunch of sense when you look at it in that thought, right? Let's run back now. Okay. So that was the reasoning. I drew it up on the chart prior to the position, and I'm sure Sonny already saw it before I drew it up. He's gotten super good at seeing these things. So, but I drew it up and then looked at the time, and COMEX was coming in. So you're always going to see a push during COMEX, right? You're always going to see a push, and if the push was up, you know, that's one thing. If the push was down, that's something else. What I was waiting for was for COMEX to close. I mean, for COMEX to open and then get a close on the half an hour, the 30-minute over this. So that's what I was hoping for, was that the next 30-minute candle, this 30-minute candle here, would come in and actually close above with this top wick and then give a bottom wick, and then we could have used COMEX volatility to push up. That everybody says, oh, I want to see the stars and the moon and everything, you know, align. And yes, that would have been the perfect position. Sonny took a great trade, scalped in, did exactly what he should have did there. All joking aside, the setup was there, the entry was there, very good. Hats off to him on that one. For me, I was just looking for perfect confirmation to take the move up, and obviously it didn't move up, but you could have scalped that still like he did and made profit and went on. So very good. I wish he was here. I'm doing all this talking, he's not here, but either way, you guys know he did good. So be right back. Okay, see you in a minute, KL3. I'm sure you probably already left though. Hey Max, I just saw you showed up. All right, so now what are we looking for, guys? Looking for 930, same thing. And the only thing I don't like, and this was the range as traded this morning, Sonia, when you're talking about closing outside this, the only thing I don't like is this area here is super choppy, right? So will we push through it? Probably. If you want to be super, you know, confident on your trade, you might take that in comparison for the next candle. Again, not saying you have to. You're jumping in a bit early here now just because we expect pushes, and this was a tight range that we pulled pre-NY. So, and it's okay still yet, if that makes sense, because if you could get, you know, somewhere close to this area and you'd even fill down to here, you do got a 26 tick run on it, right? So I'm just concerned it's a little choppy in here. It would be much better to get outside this area. And if you pull your hour, was it the hour? Let me see. No, the 4 hour wick right here, this 0.5. I don't know if you saw me pulling it, but that's exactly where she hit here, right? So, and I assume, I mean, that's a pretty decent flip for this candle. And no, daily already flipped. So there's a lot of reasons that right here would be a much better entry, honestly, than here now that we have volume. But with that being said, it's not a bad spot here, right? It's not super bad. Okay, what do we say in BR? What's up? What's up? Let me see. I'm out. Oh, okay. BR. Oh, he already left. All right. Welcome back, KL3. And I wasn't trying to upset him with that whole bias thing. It's just that's what Phils used to do too, guys. And any of you that were here when Phils would come in and say all these things about, you know, the fundamentals, and the news came out and the news is bullish and price is going to go up and yada yada yada, and then I'd say, okay, well, I'm going short then, and I'd play a short position just because of that, and, you know, profit and go on. And I was just trying to explain to him that doing all those things, you know, anyway, maybe he'll figure it out as time goes. I don't know. I just don't want to see people get chopped up in the market just because they want to say, well, I have this bias or that bias. The market can go up or down at any given time, guys. There's no true reason to have solid bias and not, you know, not think the other way. That's a good way to, number one, get into positions that you shouldn't get into because you have a bias that claims, so you try to, you know, see things that aren't really there, or stay out of positions that you should get into, right? You have a setup that shows long, but you're short bias. Well, now you're not going to take that long setup and entry, and you're going to miss that position, right? Because, I mean, anyway. Let's see what kind of close we can get here. And I'm not telling him not to trade how he trades either. It's just, you know, he was trading in range. It was choppy. That was no trade range. I don't know. Maybe he's good. It's all right. Either way, I'm just trying to help, guys. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers. Where is G Flock A Zone? Yeah, I saw you said something about him earlier. No G Flock A? No Paul? Paul's not here either. Can't think that G Flock A would be running courses instead of live stream. He was here earlier. I do know that. Don't know if he actually ever said anything. Yeah, Manpour doesn't show up much. He used to come every day, and then kind traded in it all the time. He, you know. Paul's normally always here. Oh, Paul is here. As we said this, Sonia, there's Paul on YouTube. Good morning, Paul. No worries, no worries. I wasn't sure you were here. I hadn't heard nothing from you. I was like, Paul always shows up. That's what we were just talking about. We were just missing you, Paul. That's all. Hey. Bias equals bust. Yeah. You know, all kinds of people teach it, Paul, and I hate to. You know, I hate saying some of this stuff sometimes because I feel like all I do is upset, you know, those that believe one way or another, but really it's in the charts. You know, I kept telling him it's in the charts, it's in the charts. Trying to just say, hey, price is going to go up or price is going to go down. You know, in my opinion, it's get you stuck in this box. You know, you're in this box saying, okay, well, you know, it's only going to go up or it's only going to go down. Like yesterday I said, right? I said, hey, I really don't want to take any longs here. You know, and it wasn't so much that I was saying that the price wasn't going to go up. It was just a real hard area to trade because we were at all-time highs. So I was looking for an area where we could get short, right? But the reason for that is there just isn't any kind of structure or anything above us. So trying to figure out how to trade it was the issue. Not that we might not go up, right? So it wasn't so much a bias thing, and very, you know, normally what I have, and you already know, is, you know, if this happens, we're going to trade long. If this happens, we're going to trade short. And normally that's how I work every single day. Yesterday was just a little odd because we are at all-time highs, so it's just tough. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, never hear. I never like hearing people blue accounts though. That's always the problem. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that move down, I expected the move down just because of the way that the candles were building. Everybody was long. Like, if you guys paid attention, and these are the things that sit here and go through my head, right? That echo. Good morning, man. You always come with the jokes. Oh my jeez. Hey, that echo, don't worry, it only works in trading. Oh man. Anyway. So as we saw it yesterday, the highs kept getting tooken, right? And why were the highs getting tooken? Because everybody thought that was the high and they were trying to short. It's trader mentality, right? We need to make a t-shirt. Trader mentality. It's trader mentality to hit those highs and try to short it back down. Why? Because this is the high. It's overbought. It's overextension. It's, you know, name your number, right? And what you saw as we were up there, getting, you know, grabbing the stops of the new people going short, if you really paid attention to how the candles were building yesterday, what you saw was their bias changed. Their bias changed. And even BR, and again, I'm not trying to harp on him again, but he did the exact same thing. I said, everybody's bias has changed now. Everybody's going long. And BR said, yeah, I'm in a long. And then Amarian showed up and said, yes, I'm looking for longs. No shorts, no shorts. When you started seeing them candles building and you realize that all the shorts had gotten stopped, what happens is they get frustrated. They stop looking for shorts and they start looking for longs because it's bullish now. It's going up. And all the traders get involved and they start buying this thing. That's why I was looking for shorts. And it's really that simple, guys. It's fighting what you've learned. And I know everybody doesn't get that. And exactly, G Flocke, I wish he was still here, but it's fighting what you've learned. It's fighting what everything is, you know. You could even go to, you know, I got asked yesterday, why is my screen name Reality is Illusion? It's exactly that, right? It's fighting what you believe to be true. And it's the same thing in the trading space, guys. And a lot of you just, you know, you've learned all these things and it just makes sense, right? Because you've seen all these strategies and all these things make sense, but it's looking outside of that and saying, okay, let's step back for a minute. Where would I enter if I was trading, and then fill in the blank, whatever strategy. And then where would I put my stop loss? You know? And that's really it. Trading at all-time highs is hard to do. I should have left when I was 450 up, but managed to work down to 130. But it was still a green day. Yeah, Paul, it is. It's a super bad area, and I wouldn't blame anybody, right, that said, okay, I'm just not going to trade here because we're in price discovery. I would not blame anybody for walking away and saying, hey, best thing is pack it up, don't trade at all. No lies. I mean, I'm not saying that's what you should do. I'm saying it's not the worst idea. At least we have structure to work with today. Yeah, absolutely. The baby harpooned my wife with a oh my jeez. Okay, I gotta compose myself to read through his message. The baby. You are a riot, man. The baby harpooned my wife with a fork the other day. And oh my jeez. When he's done eating, he thinks it's funny to start throwing stuff. Happens every single meal. Told my wife giving the baby a fork was a bad idea. Played out as expected. Yeah. You need to give him a spork. Just a little plastic spork. Gold is ugly nowadays. Welcome back, Sonny. I was talking about you. I wasn't sure where you were at. I told everybody that I think you've got my strategy down better than I do. No, very, very beautiful this morning. Like I said, that was a perfect entry, Sonny. And it was great. I was waiting for Comex, so I was waiting for the sun and the stars to align, and the moon and whatever else. So, but yeah, that was perfect setup, perfect entry. You did just as you should have. Very beautiful. It makes me happy, man, seeing you see those entries and take them just like that and win at it. That is very beautiful. I love to see it. I'm hoping that's where everybody will be when we're all said and done here. You are doing absolutely magnificent, man. You really are. in my opening. I was short on gold, but I closed my trade. Mr. Y. Yeah. Glad I wasn't one of the... yeah, them forks were crazy, Dad Echo. I remember that. Yeah, absolutely, Sonny. You deserve it. You're doing absolutely amazing. There's the 0.5 that move. That was, if anybody got in, it would have been, and I know you were looking, Sonia, it would have been tough with no top wick here. Push down is there. That's the 0.5 that we just drew up earlier. Oh, breaking here's a thing. Again, I don't know if you took it or not, Sonia. It would have been a super tough position to get involved in, for me there. KL3, that's what you said yesterday. You didn't take it, Sonia. Yeah, I don't blame you. Like I said, it would have been super hard to get involved. We did get a close below here, but like I was saying, that would have been much better below here. And there was really no bottom wick on this candle and really no top wick on this one. So I don't blame you for missing it, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Now I feel bad I closed my gold and it go. It's all right, Mr. Y. You're never going to catch every bit of every move, you know? I mean, you may here and there, but normally not. Just be happy. I mean, you took profit. I mean, you made profit on your short, correct? Yeah, it's not so much, I mean, you can call it psychology, KL3, but essentially what you need to do, and again, this is my opinion, right? Only $20. That's all right, though, Mr. Y. $20 is $20. This is how I look at it, right? You know, you have a setup, you have an entry, and you take it, you know, and you run with it. And if it goes against you, you know, like I was telling you earlier, like when we take a trade, right? And let's just say, you know, that this had a top wick. Let's just say that let's mark this up like we would have took this trade, right? So it would have looked something like this, okay? And if you draw this out, right, and you were to take the flip of this candle, you realize that breaking this high right here of this wick is where your trade doesn't work anymore. I mean, that's it. So those are the kind of areas that you want your stop loss to be in, rather than just, I mean, I don't know how you place your stop losses with your strategy, but where you want your stop loss to be is in an area that it invalidates the trade, right? Once that happens, your trade's no longer valid, but it's still valid up to that point. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that's the whole thing. If you make sure that you keep your stop loss in an area that says, hey, this trade's no longer going to work, then you don't have to be, you know, upset about the fact that you're in the red, because I know that's kind of what you were saying earlier. If I took you correctly, basically when you're in the red, you like to get out rather than stay in the trade. And if you have a, yeah, so if you have a, you know, spot that invalidates, and I don't know exactly how you trade, but whatever your strategy is, right? If you have a spot that invalidates that trade, because I'm like, maybe I'm going to lose less. Yeah. I mean, and that's fair, right? But, if you watched, I think it was the RR video, I went over this a little bit. If you watched the RR video, I said there's no reason to be concerned when you're in the red, because when you hit your stop loss, that's invalidating your trade. So essentially that means it's not going to go your way. When you take these trades, you need to look at it more like this. And my opinion, again, this is just what I think. You try it, see if it works for you. You see your setup, right? You see your entry, you take it, you won the trade. That's it. It doesn't matter if you profit from it. It doesn't matter if you hit your stop loss. You won the trade. Because if you consistently do the same exact thing time and time and time again, and your strategy is profitable, then there's no way to not be profitable over time. But you do need to make sure that your stop loss is in an area that invalidates that trade. You don't want to just put your stop loss anywhere and say, okay, well now I'll just wait for the stop loss to get hit, because if it was invalidated long before that, then you shouldn't have been in that trade. And that's what a lot of people do, is they'll put their stop loss at, and this is why I always, try to discuss RR so much. They try to put their stop loss and their take profit at a RR ratio rather than an invalidation area. If this goes to this point, whatever that be, I expect price is going to go up if I'm in this short. So that's where I want my stop loss to be, because I expect we'll probably get higher prices from there. And again, does it have to be that way? No. But you try to reference areas where you believe those things to be true and then consistently stick with those. But you shouldn't be worried if you're in drawdown. I realize it's, it bothers people, but at the end of the day, if you follow your rules and stay disciplined every single trade, then you're going to be profitable over time. So this bit of red that you're seeing on this trade really doesn't matter, and that's kind of how I think you have to look at trading as a whole. It's not about this trade. It's not about the last trade. It's not about the next trade. It's about, where you're sitting in 6 months or a year. The next 100 trades. What does it look like over the next 100 trades? Over the next 100 trades, did you profit? Did you do well? If so, then absolutely, that's great. That's what you're looking for. Today's trade really doesn't matter, and I know that's hard for a lot of people to grasp, but it's really the truth. This trade is just a sample in the next 1,000 trades. If you plan on being consistent and making this, as people say, a business or your career, or however you want to phrase it, if this is your long-term goal, then I'm telling you right now, this trade right here doesn't matter. This is just part of your long-term goal, right? And you can always lose. Yeah, I think I was a bit scared of next trades because one hit stop and I want to lose another. Yeah. And that's an issue. And if you start doing that after losses, right, then maybe you need to put a max loss on yourself. So essentially, I lose 2 trades, I don't trade anymore, or something like that. Again, not saying you have to. It depends on, how you're looking at it, in your mind. If that's really an issue to where you lose a couple trades in a row and now you get adamant and start closing trades early while they're in the red, and you notice this to be an issue, it's probably a time that you say, okay, well, I don't want to, yeah. A lot of people have that problem. A lot of people overtrade. Patience is one of those things. I look for perfect setups and perfect entries, and that's, I don't struggle with that, but there are many people that do, and it may be something you have to conquer. And it's not overtrading if you actually had a setup and an entry. If your strategy is playing, it's not overtrading. You know, people often ask me, well, what's over trading? You know, if I take 100 trades a day, if I take 10 trades a day, depends on your strategy. You can take 1,000 trades a day and not over trade if that is your strategy. I mean, go look at Z. Z takes thousands of trades every day, but that's part of his system, his strategy, and how he trades. So is he over trading? No, he's not over trading. It's just when you start talking about over trading, what it means, in my opinion, is that you're taking trades outside of your rules. You're taking trades outside of your, yes, over trading is trading outside of your plan. Exactly, Mr. Y. And that's the truth. If you're just making up, you know, trades in your head as to how you can get in the market right now without waiting for your strategy to play out, or without, you know, following your rules of setup and entry, then yes, you're over trading. But if you actually have all the setups and entries and you're continuing to enter them, then as long as your strategy is, you know, consistently profitable, then you're not over trading. You just got to make sure you're following your rules. If you're not following your rules, you're probably over trading, right? We are pushing down, guys. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If your rules are that you don't open your trade before a closure, then you just make sure that you stick to that. Make sure you never open a trade until it closes. And again, if you open a trade and it wins, that's the problem. You know what I mean? If you've got that as one of your rules, and now you open a trade before the candle closes, and that trade wins, well, that gives your mind, you know, that dopamine to break that rule again because it worked this time. You know, it's the same kind of, yeah, it's the same kind of thing as anything else. If your mind sees it work, then you don't mind, you know, breaking the rule in the future because, well, last time it worked. And that's why you have to stay so disciplined, because you have to put in your head, it doesn't matter whether I see green or red on my P&L. What matters is I followed the rules. Because if your strategy works and it's consistently profitable, then if you follow your rules over the next 100 trades, you'll make profit. And that's the whole point. If you don't follow your rules, then you don't know if your strategy works or not, because you're not staying consistent with it. You're not following the rules. So now you're just banging around somewhere in trader land where everybody else is playing. And that's the biggest thing that you have over all of the traders out there. Most are not consistent. And that's why I talk about consistency so much. That's a lot of reason that a lot of traders fail. You know, consistency is key. It always will be, because if you don't stay consistent, then you're just banging around, you know? So make sure that your wins in your mind, right? Your dopamine comes from the fact that you followed your rules. Yes, that is great. I followed my rules. I won now. I don't care if it shows me a red number. I don't care if it shows me a green number. I won because I followed my rules. And if I continue to do this, I know over 100 trades I'm going to see a green number. You know, you got to think about the future. You can't think about, and people, you know, always talk about what this trade was. Oh, what I did this trade. But they never talk about, you know, what they did last trade or the last 10 trades that they lost. And that's always the problem. And that's what gives everybody a false sense. You know what I mean? Because this trade doesn't matter. Consistency is what matters at the end of the day. Possible hack on the... Let me look real quick. That was yesterday's low too. We're at yesterday's low, so the only thing that's a little tough right here, and the hack's probably playing already. It'll probably play out long before I ever get a thought on it here, but the only problem is you do have your stops below there currently, right? Yeah, I see. Do need a top wick on this candle too. Not a bad one there, guys. Anybody that is looking for the hack. It could come down a little bit on this candle. You still want to see it close. There's a bit of a stop loss. $85 ticks. Yeah, it's not a bad one there, guys. Everybody knows the hack. It is a little scary here. We're pulling down. You're looking, catching the knife. You are at yesterday's low. Anybody who swing trades has their stop losses down here, right? So they expect yesterday's area to hold. Let's see. So right here, this is where they're at. A lot of longs just came in. Obviously, you can see that. So if you get in and make sure you manage briskly, let's say that, aggressive entry, aggressive exit, I don't think you'd be in a bad position here. You guys that are taking it, the way to manage it, in my opinion, we look for short. Well, not right this second. As far as the hack goes, no. Paul's talking about the long on the hack. There's longs coming in currently, but yeah, I mean, not saying that in the longer term KL3 that you're not looking for a short, but on the 5 minute for a quick hack entry, you know, the long's what is showing currently. You do have to yeah, see, yeah. And that's one of the things I'm thinking, Paul. I think it's super risky. Again, if you guys want to take it, make sure that you're aggressive in, aggressive out, because I'm still under the pretense that I could see this area being ran anyway. I mean, especially on the 800 tick. If you're saying the 800 tick as well, we've got structure here. You know, here's the blue line, historical structure. So it tapped there, good. The longs came in, so you know that, you know, we're longing. Yesterday's lows here, so you know stops are below that. We may just get a look below and then a move back up, or we could, you know, start trading below here and trade back down to this range. It just all depends here. So it's kind of a, yeah, KL3, and that's not, yep, exactly, Sonia, and that's the whole thing. That's, you know, you want to talk about bias. That's where I look at bias. We're all the traders, and you're exactly right. All the traders are going long here. So, sadly, if we want to go on about bias, my bias is I want to see their stops get hit. So, yeah, it is risky. Oh, very, very. I want to see their stops getting hit. So, for me, my bias is I want to see this come down and grab them least, because, you know, we want to trade into the stop losses. Is there an actual way to get involved here? Not so much. Super tough. You could say the flip here of the lows on the 15. I don't trade 15s anymore, but this would be a entry. Now, the problem is if this flips and moves down, right, unless you get a quick move here, you have to anticipate that the hour is going to have a bottom wick, right? So in order for this hour to have a bottom wick, this thing's going to have to, you know, either close up where it's at, but, you know, we're anticipating this flip. So say that this flips, well, now you have no bottom wick on the hour. So as this pushes down, there's no bottom wick, no bottom wick, no bottom wick. So you're going to see some kind of retracement, you know, as this hour closes for sure, of a pull up, more than likely for that bottom wick. And if you do take this short and you don't see a bottom wick, close with no bottom wick, I would probably try to chase my stop loss as the next candle comes in and puts on a bottom wick before the flip up to move back up, because that's normally how they'll trade. But again, this could be your bottom wick. I mean, essentially, where's your bottom wick right now? Right here where this price isn't. So right now on the hour, you got a 28 tick bottom wick, 28, 29 tick bottom wick. This is the bottom wick on the hour. And I wish G Flocke would show up to these, because these are the things that he doesn't understand, is trying to run all your time frames together. But that's, you know, that's what it looks like right now, because price is up here. So this is the bottom wick currently on your hour candle. See? So, and these are the things that he struggles with. And that's just time of looking at these charts, guys. And can it hold here? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, there's no reason to believe, again, that these stops are definitely going to get ran. I mean, there's nothing to say that either. It could hold here. We could go up and we can start trading up here. And that's the whole reason that we don't necessarily have bias, but you know that these people just came in trying to catch this falling knife, because this was, you know, support, demand, bullish order block, what have you. Can they win? Yeah, they have to win sometimes too. If they never won, guys, they'd never come back and trade. And that's the whole thing. That's what people don't understand either. They think that just because we know the stop losses are here, that we just trade for them to, you know, for them to fail their positions. No. We want to see a reaction, actually see that failure. We don't want to just trade into it, because yes, they win sometimes. There's no reason to believe that, you know, these strategies fail every time, because if they did, they wouldn't be strategies anymore. So we need them to win. We need them to come back to the casino. It's just like a casino. What happens in the casino? I don't know how many of you guys have been to the casino, but what happens in the casino when you start winning? What will the casino do? Man, they'll send a pit boss down. They'll give you some free food. They'll give you a free room. They want you to stay in that casino. They don't want you going and taking their money. They want you to come back. And that's why people continue to come back. If they never won, they'd never come back. There'd be no point. Why are you going to continue to gamble if you never win? You never would. So they have to win too. They have to win in order to keep them coming back for more. So always remember that too. It's not that every strategy fails all the time. We just want to be trading it when it does. This is a very, very nice spot for all your strategies to be in the same spot. Again, I wish G Flocke was here. He always misses the days that are really, really where he could see it, because he wants to look at just tops and bottoms rather than areas where, you know, all of these trading strategies actually come together. And this is one of those areas where everyone is essentially long, right? Is C Trader any good? Is it better than like some of the others, Mr. Y? Or you? I've never used it. I'm just curious. I never would because I think it's only for 4x, but I'm just curious because I know I've heard people talk about it a time or two. Paul? Is better option than MT5. That's essentially what I was getting at. Better than. Mine looks to be on, Paul. I mean, I haven't did nothing with it yet this morning, but as far as the price goes, it seems to be fine.
Price is fine. It's the actual movements of the candles. I just opened a trade there on Sun, and it opened about 20 bucks away from the actual opening price, so there is a problem.
Oh wow, that's weird. Yeah, I know that.
I always do a Sun.
I know that Manpour would struggle with NinjaTrader now and again. He said it had to do with his internet being a little slow, and sometimes what would happen is with the internet being a little slow, it would like lag behind. So even though you're seeing it on the screen, that's not exactly where it's at. Does that make sense?
Yes, it actually does. I'm going to restart everything, so I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay. See you then, man.
Here's me.
Goes below and then a wick up and flip. We could get a very, very nice trade. Not bad. You want to make sure you're below here though, for sure, right? The only thing that I don't like is it's already filled the range. But did the hack play, guys? Did it end up playing out? But again, I assume he got involved with it. I wonder if he pulled from here or from there. Did it? Would have been any good? That wasn't outside. That would have been. Yeah, see, there it went. There was the stops, guys. Here, I'm on a 5-minute chart. Gosh dang it. Did you see him get hit? Exactly what we were talking about. Sonia, did you see that? Exactly what we were looking for. Exactly what we were looking for. So you guys saw it, right? I rushed back here. Hey, Aiken. So, that was exactly what we were just talking about. And I wish G Flocke would have saw that, because this is what, you know, he's talking about all the time and he doesn't get. But that was exactly what was expected. Why? Because everybody went long here. So, I wish I wouldn't have been on the 5 minutes so everybody would have saw how that played. I didn't realize that the candle was just opening. But that's the whole thing. Everybody went long. Right? Because what is this, guys? Demand, support, bullish order block. So what's going to happen? All these guys come in and go long. What's going to happen? They're going to run their stops. All their stops are where? Right here. And that's exactly what we're trading through. That's exactly why. You know what I mean? So hopefully that made sense. Yep. Yeah, the top wick was lacking there. Yep. Yep, Sonia. See, and I mean, and that's the whole thing. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to see differently, right? Because you would have been thinking long right here if you're dealing with all the other strategies. And that is the whole point. When everybody goes long here, all their stops are below here. And every strategy was long with this tap right here. So there's way more stop losses to take advantage of. Like I've said a million times, if it takes $5 million to get $10 million worth of stops, they will run them. And right here was a perfect example of where all your stop losses were sitting, because everybody was long into this candle. Everybody. Aiken, were you in time to see that move, to see kind of how we trade? Because I know you're new to how I actually trade. We could go lower. I mean, there's no, missed it. Okay, yeah, it's all right. Essentially, we were talking right before you showed up, and how you make this area, right? And this blue line here is previous market structure, and then this was yesterday's low, the orange line, right? So what you're expecting when you come into this area, especially with this bottom wick right here, I'll leave that blown up so you can see it, but especially with the bottom wick right there, you're expecting that once we hit this, everybody's going to go long, and that's the reaction of this line. The reaction of this area. Why? Because support resistance traders are trading long. Supply demand traders are trading long. SMC traders, ICT traders are trading long. You know, and your swing traders have already, you know, they're trading long with their stops underneath the yesterday's lows anyway. So they probably had a few places that they got involved here. So you realize that you have all your stop losses sitting right here for all the strategies combined, and that's exactly the areas that we expect to get ran. And if you go back and you look at that, you'll see all this was ran in absolutely no time. See, that's a 1 minute candle. So at 10 o'clock, this candle opened up, and in 1 minute, and that echo, this is my problem with that prop firm or a funding company, is because that was 1 minute. You know what I mean? You ran 132 ticks in a 1 minute candle, and we essentially were already saying this was going to happen before it ever happened. You know what I mean? Because you know that they're going to get all their stops ran. You just know this is going to happen every time. If their positions fail, I should put it that way, right? And that's what we're looking for to try to take advantage of, is those actual stop hunts. When they run the stop losses, that's what we're trying to be part of. The only disadvantage with this particular move here was we wanted, and I was looking at another screen sadly, but we wanted a top wick here. So once the top wick would have came in, what we would have did was enter on the flip of this candle, and the stop loss, it would look just like this. Your entry would have been the flip, right? And your stop would have been right above the candle high. And then you would have basically just chased your stop down. This move happened so quick, it would have been kind of tough. I don't know how much of it you would have been able to put in, you know, take advantage of, but essentially you're looking to, you know, target as much as you can. And then you just chase your stop loss down as you take profit one. Normally you could either go with the recovery of a wick, or you can go with like a 20 tick, which is what I like to kind of do. TP1, and then run from there. Very nice, Paul. It ran the stops just as we were talking about before you left, Paul. You ran them perfectly. 1 minute, and it went 126 ticks in one minute candle.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. That was something. But yeah, I mean, it was exactly what we were talking. I wish Chief Locke would have been here. Here's the stuff that he always misses. And then he's like, well, I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get where you see the stop losses at. Well, we go over this. And I mean, Sonia, she called it out just the same. Everybody that's been here and that is watching these things, you know, here with me every day, watching these live, you guys all are starting to see them now. And Chief Locke should be too. I think a lot of times he's not showing up on days that matter like this, where, you know, you see this reaction happen. So
it's not like G Flocky not to be here.
No, he was here when I started this morning. That's what doesn't make any sense. I don't know if he ever said anything. I don't remember him saying good morning or anything, Paul. Of course, I was having a lot of problems. I was having technical issues.
Yeah.
But he was here, and then he was gone, and I don't even remember when he was actually gone. He just wasn't here anymore. So I don't know. Maybe he had internet problems or something. I'm not sure. But normally he'll say, "Hey, got to go shopping," or, you know, this, that, or the other. But I don't remember him saying anything. Now, I could have missed it, but I don't recall him saying anything. He just isn't here. So the weakest trap the longs. Trap the longs. Yeah, I mean, this wick right when they longed up here. Is that what you're talking about, Aiken? Essentially, everybody was longing here, right? When they longed up here, well, they never make it back to this area. Right here, and this is what I try to say all the time, right here would have been somewhere in this area, essentially, depending on your strategy. It could have been even further than that. But somewhere in this area here would be where a lot of them would be taking profit, right? We never made it. That's the whole thing, because this is your next resistance or supply zone or whatever. Now, if you're an RR trader, it wouldn't have been so much that way. You would have been looking for something up here somewhere. But they never got to take profit, and that's what you're looking for, right? Is the fact that they got involved because you realize that this right here is an area where traders are going to be trading. So when you tap here, you know they got involved, but they never made it to take profit, right? And that's what you're looking for. And then when this starts coming down, and that's why you look for that top wick and then that flip, because you realize that now they're stuck and it's going down, and it'll come and it'll break the lows and then push down and kill their stop losses. So essentially you want to trade back into their entries. And a lot of times you'll see that move. Of course, this one was way too quick. And again, we were on a 5-minute chart looking at it rather than this, unfortunately. But a lot of times you'll see it come down into their entries first, Aiken. And what will happen is guys with weak hands will go BE. And that just kills their buddies. Because when they go BE on their long positions, that's a sell. They have to sell to get out of that position, you know? So when they sell, they're helping that price push through to kill everybody else that trades the same strategies as them. So they're essentially helping push that price down. Let's see, what does everybody say here? Missed a lot, I think. It's where he's placed in his position. That's not good. You can grab one. Let's see, sweeps. Pump it to 20. Okay. Okay, you guys are just talking amongst each other. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. And that's essentially how I trade. for the most part, right? So
a lot of people trapped now in that candle wick.
yeah.
That's a lot of trap traders. A lot of trap traders.
Stop losses are everywhere. And that's true, Z, and I don't know if he's listening or not, but that is true. But the difference between how I look at it for stop losses and how everybody else looks at it for stop losses is I'm trying to find an area where all strategies meet for stop losses, right? If we take this zone right here, and I'll try to explain it real fast, as simple as I can. If you take this zone right here, right, then what you realize is, okay, and everybody can say, okay, well, there's stop losses above these highs. Yeah, there's stop losses below these lows. Yes, absolutely. Not saying that ain't the case. Not saying there's not stop losses everywhere. You're right. But the difference between how I look at it and just a look at stop losses is the fact we are looking for an area where there are tons of stop losses. We're not just looking at an area where there's a support. You know, you say, okay, well, let's go somewhere else on the chart. Let's go somewhere else on the chart. Okay, we can say, okay, well, this is a support. So there's stop losses below here. Yeah, absolutely. We're not saying that's not the case. But what the difference is, you realize when you look at this area right here, you know, this was consolidation. This was a sweep of what the stop losses were for this consolidation. This is previous market structure. So now what has this area, you know, made, which is actually just a 0.5 of what is probably a vector candle right here. But anyway, same thing, right? So what have you made here? Well, here now you have support, you have demand, you have bullish order blocks. So all these strategies, you know, together are all going to enter different places. If you draw out your order block, you're going to see some people enter when it hits the order block. Some people are going to enter at the 0.5 of the order block, yada, yada, yada. Support traders, you could say, okay, well, they enter at support. Yeah, some. But you're also going to say, okay, well, if you run, you know, a 2 candles down and then an engulfing, that's where they enter at, so on and so forth. But what is in common is the fact that they're going to put their stop losses right down here below this low. So you have tons of trading strategies all together in one place, and all of them are going to put their stop loss at the exact same place below the lows. That's the difference between these stop losses and the stop losses that are now at the top of this because some people came in short. We're talking about millions of dollars of orders here in comparison. And when you talk about stop hunts, or however you want to refer to it, what you're looking for in the market is an area where it's worth the money to push it to get them orders. You're not just looking for a stop loss anywhere. I mean, and this is the thing that G. Flockett likes to say all the time too. Well, there's stop losses everywhere. Yeah, there is, but there's not tons of stop losses in one area everywhere. It doesn't work that way. And that's where the difference comes in for a stop hunt. Some people tell you stop hunts aren't real. If they're fake, then I don't know how I can show you guys these stops being ran time after time after time. So, I mean, you can call them whatever you want. Maybe don't call it a stop hunt. I don't know. But we come to these charts every day. We find these areas on the chart, and we expect price to push through them and get a big push like this. And people will tell you, and this is why so many people don't want to trade news just the same, that you cannot predict a big push candle like this. They just come out of everywhere, and that are anywhere. right? That's what people tell you. Oh, well, this big candle, you know, it pumped up and it's just out of nowhere, just a pump out of nowhere. No, it never pumps up out of nowhere. It never dumps down out of nowhere. It's always the area that they are, and what's actually happening here is they are turning on supply like a water faucet to push price down so that you can grab all these orders. I mean, that's why they do it. But it is what it is. There are stops everywhere on the chart. Absolutely right. Anybody that places a position at any time is always going to place a stop somewhere. But that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for every stop loss that's on the chart. You're not going to make any money trading that way. That's why we look at candle building. I always talk about candles building because you're looking at the orders coming in. So as this comes up, what do you know? You know that the buyers are getting involved. Orders are coming in. For what reason? Because what strategies are here? Why would this candle go up? And I guess that's what you always have to ask yourself. Why is this candle moving up? You know, and that's what you have to ask as these candles build. And then you can look over here and you say, okay, well, what are your strategies that are going to be going long here? Okay, and then you start. You can draw it on your chart if you want. If you guys can't see it, you know, I just look at these and I see it, right? But I've had a lot of time on the charts. If you can't see it, start drawing it up. Where would a supply demand trader be trading? Put it on your chart. Where would an ICT trader be trading? Put it on your chart. Where would an SMC trader be trading? Put it on your chart. Where would a support and resistance trader be trading? Put it on your chart. Trendline trader, channel trader, whatever you want to do. Now, look at your chart and find an area where all their stop losses are going to essentially be sitting in the same place. Now watch for a failure of those positions. Watch them not be able to get out. Watch a place where the price has moved in their direction because they've entered, but they haven't made it to where they would have exited. And those are the areas that you expect what I call stop hunts to happen, you know, or the stops to be ran. And people can, you know, call it whatever you want, but yeah. All right. Good that I closed the green circle. Beautiful. So hopefully that makes sense, guys. I try to go over it. I try to make it as easy as I can, but yes, he's absolutely right with there are stops everywhere. So is G Flocke when he says that, but that's not what we're looking for. I hope that makes it easier to understand. I don't know. So that's why I look at specific areas over others in the chart. Obviously, there's longs entering everywhere. Yes, every tick of the chart, you have a trader entering a long. You have a trader entering short. It's absolutely true. So you can't really you know, figure a way to take advantage of that. You know, and you're going to have stops sitting everywhere under those conditions. Absolutely. That's nothing you can actually take advantage of. So what you're looking for is an area that you can have an edge, an area that you can take advantage of the movement. You know, you can anticipate a move because of X. Guys, I'm going through all the messages on Discord real quick. All right, does anybody have any questions on any of that? Hopefully it makes sense.
I was watching the trade that was taken just at the weekly open. I seen that there whenever you were drawing it up, and I was kind of thought then the stop loss. And then I watched and I watched the candle come down. Next thing then, I seen it turn around. I saw it create the wick, go up to the flip. And if I had been at the computer, that would have been literally the perfect entry point, because the stop loss was within my margins. It didn't go all the way down to cover that range. So I'm seeing it just like Sonia and everybody else. It was a really, really nice move. And like I said, it met all of the conditions. So Beautiful. It was a fantastic trade, but as usual, I wasn't at it.
And that's not even a big deal. Nice. Yes, seeing it's what matters. That's the best of all of it. I don't care if you guys miss a trade, and I know everybody gets a little upset about missing a trade, but knowing that you saw the trade means that in the future you can catch any trade, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Oh geez, G-Flock A.
Yes.
Oh my god.
You must have good session.
Yeah. We explain the stop run or the stop hunt or whatever you want to say, G-Flock A, right before it happened, just like I try to tell you, and I explain. I mean, we were going over it, and it wasn't even just me. I mean, I'm going to give tons of credit to Sonia as well. She was seeing it. People were seeing him, and I wanted you to see it because these are the things that you struggle with, is seeing exactly where these stops sit and when they're going to get ran. And this candle right here happened, G-Flock A, and you'll say, oh well, that makes sense, but there's your candle. 1 minute, 126 tick candle. Just dumped down, grabbed all the stops. Right here. So those are the things I want you to see. But it's alright. You can go back on the stream and see it. My screen wasn't exactly up though. I was on the 5 minute looking at the hack when it happened. You always catch those. That's the whole point. Yeah. Yep, that's always what we are trading. Whenever you see a trade, that's what you're trading through. Absolutely. You have holes in your hands from what? Catch anything. Well, I don't know what to tell you on that one there. I can't help you there. But yeah. Sonny got a beautiful one this morning too. G-Flock A. He's seeing it now as well, which is great. This is why I show up, guys, because I want all of you to see it. That's my point. And I think it is working. But I want G-Flock A to see it because he's been the hardest teach here. I don't see it. Yeah, I know. You're not the worst, G-Flock A. It's nothing to do with better or worse. It's not how it works. You just need to be here when these things happen so that the more times you see it, it's repetition. Over and over. I'm not putting any effort seeing it doesn't belong to me. What? Seeing it doesn't belong to me. Okay. I still don't know what that means, but all right. I'm just saying it's repetition. And I mean, Sonia can tell you, Paul can tell you, Sonny can definitely tell you. You see these things, you know, time after time, and then you just see them. That's the whole point. The only thing I'm here to do, G-Flock A, is help. you see it. I can't, you know, literally turn you into a great trader. All I can do is help you see it so that you can turn yourself into a great trader. You guys are the ones doing this. You guys are the ones that are advancing. When this is all over with and you guys are great traders and you're successful, you guys did that. It wasn't me. I helped you see it along the way, but that's all I can do. At the end of the day, you're the ones who put in all the effort. You're the ones who showed up every day. You're the ones who turned into great successful traders. You guys need to pat yourself on the backs. You guys are the ones that achieved it. Yep, exactly, KL3. I don't know what you're on about, G-Flock A, but I'm telling you. Yep, exactly, KL3. You're exactly right, and that's the whole thing. And as you see it more, just from me pointing it out, and that sometimes that's all anybody needs is just to visualize it and build the confidence because they're understanding what they're looking at. That's it. It's a matter of being here when these days play out. Yep, exactly. And at this 6 months now, and I'm finally understanding how exactly. And that's all it is. You have to see these things play. And once you see them play, then it makes sense, G-Flock. When I'm sitting here talking, the whole reason I'm talking is to bore you guys to death, mostly, but the whole reason I'm talking is because I'm giving you, you know, the inside view of what I'm thinking as we're going through these things. Why? Because I want that to pass on to you so that you guys see the exact same things. Because if you can see it exactly the same, now you can do it, and that's you doing it. It's not me doing it, you know. I try to point it out so you can see it. Repetition, so your mind picks it up and you can continue on with it. But you guys are doing this yourself. The accomplishment is all due to you guys. I'll be honest with you. You trade anything else other than gold? Yeah, NQ, KL3. I used to trade other things, but now I only trade gold and NQ. Play in real time is the best way to learn rather than rewatching. Yes, that is 100% true, especially when a lot of your streams that you rewatch you're not paying attention to as closely because all it is a rewatch of a stream, and a lot of times you speed it up as well. You miss a lot trying to go at 2 times or 3 times or whatever you've turned it to, G-Flock. That's a sad reality, but Paul is absolutely right in that sense as well. Can't stand normal time. Yes, G-Flock, and I'm going to tell you the same thing that I've told you a million times. If you really dislike it that much, you maybe should think about something different. You really don't enjoy it. Why put yourself through the misery? Find something you truly enjoy. Make a lot more sense. And you're young yet. You'll say, well, I don't enjoy anything. Well, that's fine, though. You're young. You can find something you do enjoy. As time goes, you got plenty of time, man. The recovery of the wick, yeah, could very well be. The only thing that's super hard here is we've already filled that range. If you look at it like you're talking about, right? Head and shoulders, Tesla. What is preventing you from seeing the light? Yes. Yes, Chief Lock A. Aiken just said it. Exactly. He says that attitude is what's preventing you from seeing light. He's absolutely right. Absolutely 100% right. Anyway, KL3, if you're looking at it as a, you know, in these, number one, we already filled the range here. But also, you're going to see this as, you know, your inverted head and shoulders. You see it, right? I mean, I realize we're on a high time frame, but it's the same thing, right? So here's what you're looking at, right? Then your sweep back up, and then you're making the other shoulder here. Does that make sense? I kind of drew that ugly, but you understand what I'm saying. So you're still looking at the inverted head and shoulders. So as of right now, and again, we trade these. You already know we've traded these before. We expect that these fail sometimes, right? Let me see what you drew. Exactly. So you got the inverted head and shoulders. So an inverted head and shoulders is what? Right? For pattern traders, that's a reason to go long at your neckline. If you're talking about ICT traders, you're talking about a liquidity sweep and then a continuation, or SMC, or you could say turtle soup. Same thing. What's a turtle soup pattern? Same exact thing. So you got to realize that there are people now going long again. So in order to recover this wick, what do you want to see? You want to see them come in, get their longs initiated and pushing up again. Stop losses where? Below the level. And you want to see their positions fail without profit taking. So you're watching your candles in order to come down and recover this candle. And the range is already filled, so it's a little tough, but I'm not saying not to get involved. These are just the things that you're looking at. So where there stops, right? You go down to the lower time frames. You know what you're looking at. There it is, right? So where their stop setting now, right? So is it valid to take this entry? Yeah, if you can find a place to enter, right? You say pull up then down? What? I don't know. If I would get up first, then I would enter. Sure. Yeah. But you see what I'm saying? So what is everybody doing? They're entering long here again, right? Because all these strategies now are back in play. They think that was just a sweep, and now it's going to go their way. So people are trying to get long again, but you want to see them fail before, you know, trading back down into this. For me, there's probably not an entry. I mean, it's tough because this range is already filled. So, but can this wick be filled? Yes, absolutely, especially because traders are long again. They're going to be long with the stops down here, you know? There should be. Possibly the push back down past the 0.5. Let's see if it loses here. So if you can find a way to enter KL3, I mean, horrible. It's just not what I'm looking forward to. The hack may have an entry here. Honestly, I may have already missed it. Yep. And then you'd be completing there. Can go both ways. It's a little risky. It is hard to enter right here, just because the range is already filled. But I like your idea, right, of recovering that wick, because it does make a ton of sense, especially since now longs are initiated again, right? So I love the way you're looking at it. Because that's basically fading the thought of and that's the biggest problem. And I mean, G Flocka, you know this as well. The biggest problem is you have a thought process normally, and me too, right? I had the same thought process because we go on and we learn these strategies and we watch YouTube and we do this and we do that, and then we have this thought process of, what should be here. So just naturally, when we get to areas, we try to think that it's going to go long because that's what, that's what all strategies tell us. And you've got to kind of break outside of that box and say, okay, no, we're not going to look at it that way. When we're looking at a support, demand, bullish order block, we're thinking short, not long when we look at those areas. We're looking for a way to possibly, get a short entry if it fails. That's what we're looking for. Not trying to trade with, the rest of the traders. So. And that's where you got to kind of rewire your thinking. No, anger doesn't help. What's simply not true? Okay. You have to think about support and resistance. In a way. I just look at price, one tick up followed by one tick down, but that's not how price moves. And what about your previous structure? What about where people are entering? Where are they initiating long orders? Where are they initiating short orders? Where are they placing their stop losses? These are all the things you want to think about as you're watching candles build. Okay. All right, G-Flock. Okay, well, if it's too much, then like I said, maybe you need to take a break, man. Maybe that's the issue. I don't know. I've told you a million times, G-Flock. Okay, trade the hack. Super easy. Yeah, that's what I think too, Jeff. Maybe take a break, G-Flock, because you're frustrated. Maybe just take a break for a month or something. Needs a break. No. Going to the gym's break. I think you need to take a break for a little more than that, just to reset, maybe. Yeah. All right, Paul. In a little bit. You know what you should do, all joking aside, G-Flock, I'll be honest with you, and I mean, I don't try to tell people to, my whole thought process here isn't to try to get people away from trading, obviously. I'm trying to help people see things on the charts and things like that, but I gotta be honest with you. I think what you should do is step away from trading and don't come back until you want to, instead of being here because you think you have to. And all joking aside, I realize you probably don't understand that from what I'm saying right now, but if you take a break away, you leave for a day and you don't miss it, you don't miss the charts, then take another day and another day and another day until either you forget about it completely or you want to come back and you can't stand being away anymore. And if neither one of those things work, if you don't ever feel like coming back, then it's probably better. Right? Like the old saying goes, I'll tell you. Here's the old saying, right? Right, G-Flock, If you love something, let it go. If it comes back, it's yours forever. If it never comes back, it never was. And I'm saying that in tense of, if you leave trading and you don't feel like, and it's not an obligation though, if you leave trading and you don't feel like it's calling you to come back, then it probably never was right in the beginning. Makes sense? I mean, that is the best advice I can give to you. And I really think that's seriously something you should do. Yeah, even Aiken says, please take a break. Yeah. It's really the case, man. It really is. Slow down a bit, buddy. Your attitude can transfer to others. We love you, but remember, we aren't all professionals and we have as much frustration. It's the process that makes you strong. Yep. And that is exactly the truth. Aiken, I'm glad to have you, man. I'm super glad you show up. I know you're just now showing up, but I enjoy you being here, man. You're chasing the money, there will be plenty of problems. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Chase the finer things in life is, Aiken, I know. I keep saying Aiken, I call you guys by the names that I know you by, like P&L Tesla is G Flocke, so as I say all these things, you guys are maybe not knowing who I'm speaking about, but that's who it is there. And Aiken, I enjoy you being here, man. Gives another insight as, you know, into how other people see things, and that's what I like. I am pissed I missed the trades, sure, but I'm also not losing money, and it's better to just see it play out. Yep. Exactly. Absolutely. What? What are you talking about, G-Flock? Anyway, that's my advice to you, G-Flock. Take it for what it is. And Aiken's advice as well. And I think that, read it? No, I can't read Polish. They isn't Dobry? Maybe? Design Dobry? I don't know, man. Almost. Okay, at least I was close. I'm not Polish. And I only speak one language. That's a sad thing about Americans, guys. Most of you guys from other countries speak more than just one language. Americans, I guess we're lazy. I don't know. I know no other languages. I know some Spanish, just because we learned some in school, but not enough to have a conversation. Just words, that's it. Hola, yeah, see, I know that one. Hola. I know some words. Taken, but just not a lot. We learned a lot of Spanish in school, and then I had when I had my distribution company, I had a lot of workers that worked with me that their first language was Spanish, and they tried to teach me a lot, but it's tough to remember it all when it's not your first language. And I telling you, I give super props to all you guys that English isn't your first language, because I mean you had to learn all these things. I mean, you guys are super good at it. I mean, you really impressive. We don't do a whole lot of that in America. You would give everything to enjoy sitting here. Well, G Flocka, that's the problem. You should enjoy to sit here. But hola, ¿cómo está? Anyway, let's get back to the charts, guys. Nice pump on NQ. Look out yesterday's highs. Sonny's probably trading. I don't know if he's here anymore. You still here, Sonny? Are you trading away? I'm sure he's trading away. Nope, he's writing. He must still be here. I'm here watching, thank you. And this was decent here. So, above this structure, right, Sonny, and I'm sure you took this. We got to close above this structure, and then you got the Doji candle. And then this candle came in with your bottom wick and your flip. So obviously you can't take that actual position, and this is why we trade on the 800, but that would have been a great pullback for a continuation of the upside on the 800 tick, getting above this area here. So how did you know? I knew. Because I know you, Sonny. You are an NQ trading fool, and you are perfecting this thing. What is the 800 tick chart? Aiken, do you trade on NinjaTrader or no? Yeah, you do. Okay, so 800 tick, right? Let me pull this over. I'll show you. 800 tick is this chart. So if you go up to your top pan, let me. Oh, you can't see it on this chart. Yeah, up top where you have your time frames, you can go to ticks. Right? And you can add in an 800 tick, and that's where I do every entry and exit and manage my positions. I do everything on an 800 tick. So that's where I prefer to trade at. So if you, I know you trade lower time frames, Aiken. I think the 800 tick would do you a lot of good because you don't mind looking at like 1 minute and things like that. The 800 tick's actually better, again, in my opinion. And the reason is what a tick chart is, Aiken, just in case you don't know, right, is orders. It's transactions. Let's put it that way. It's transactions. So each candle, rather than representing a time frame, like your minute candle, it opens up and then 60 seconds later, it closes. Well, with a tick chart, how it works is you open up a candle and then 800 transactions later, that candle closes. So if you're looking at it in a sense of like order flow, if you will, you know, it's actually the transactions. So you can see the volume much better without having to use any kind of volume indicator or anything like that, because it's running with transactions rather than just a time based. So each candle, you're seeing the transactions inside of it. Hopefully that makes sense. And you can set it to whatever you want. You can run, I think Sonny gets all the way down to, what do you get down to, Sonny? 100? 150? He does something super fast when the market's slow. He gets down to a very, very low transaction rate. 200. Okay, 200. Yeah. So that'll just give you faster candles, Aiken. So essentially every 200 transactions, you'll print a new candle. And when the market's running slow, you know, much better to do it that way. I always just use the 800, and I've used others. I've used the 2000, the 4000. Yeah. Yeah, you should start looking at it, Aiken. I think you'll really enjoy it. Did you watch the NQ scalping video that I just put out? If not, I'll drop it for you real fast. No, not yet. Okay. I'll drop it real quick right here for you. Watch that. That's all done on an 800 tick chart. It gives you an idea. Let me grab it real fast. And anytime you see me enter in a position, you're going to see it always done on NinjaTrader on the 800 tick. That's just how I enter, exit, and manage trades. But that'll give you an idea. I think the 800, and I think Sonny will agree, shows you, you know, structure much better than a time frame chart. Again, it's all in what you like, I guess, but I think it's a truer show, you know, it shows you structure and trend much truer than time-based does. Yes, exactly, volume, Sonny. I agree 100%. It shows you volume without having to, you know, have volume on your chart, or like an order flow type. You know, if you're order flow based, you know, you kind of pay attention to order flow and volume. I think you can use a tick chart and basically, you know, wrap it all into that, you know, ticks instead. So that's one thing I love about NinjaTrader, that they actually offer tick charts. Not everybody does. I mean, you can't get them on or anything else. Wow. Swept the highs and came right back down. I don't know if you're still involved in that, Sonny. Jeez. It essentially did the same thing gold did at the lows. Gold swept the lows, came right back in. So, NQ did the exact same thing at the highs. Wing failure pattern, anybody? Oh yeah, KL3. NQ super crazy. You were absolutely right. I try not to trade it until between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Tell me how you say it. Okay. Ms. Mampour. I say Mampour. poor. Okay, you really do have your panties in a wrinkle today, don't you? Jeez. Yeah, because I don't know exactly what it is. I always say KL3 because I had no idea what it was. Okay, sounds good. G-Flock, I don't like me calling you that, though. Manpoor, I've always said Manpoor. He's actually missed me a couple times. That's corrected me a few times as to what to say. Yeah. In 2023, like I said, he's corrected me a few times as to how to say it, as has Paul. Because they say it right. Then I can hear it.
Hello.
Yep.
Klepcho.
No way can I say that.
Klepcho. It is Klepcho. Yeah.
Klepcho?
Klepcho,
No way.
yeah.
Klepcho.
Yeah.
Say Manpoor.
The free
Manpoor.
Manpoor.
Yeah, that's what I
Before
say now.
Said it is. Yeah, but rewind the streams to 2023.
Oh, I know. I know. That's because
You were saying Manpure or something like that.
Yep, Manpure. Yeah, I used to say it that way because everybody that talked about how to say it all had an accent, and I was trying to say it similar to how they say it. Say it again.
Klepcho.
Klepchor.
Klepcho.
I could swear that's what you said.
Klepcho. Klepcho.
Klepcho. Okay, cho with a O. Klepcho.
Klepcho, yeah, Klepcho.
Is it? So it's Klebcho. Klepcho
Yeah.
is what. Okay, so it's like
Yeah,
B.
Exactly, just Klepcho.
Yes. Klepcho. Okay.
Side. Klepcho.
I'm never going to remember that.
Klepcho.
I'll try. I'll try. Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Klebcho. Yeah, Jeff, that's, yeah. And that's Klepcho. Oh, yeah. That echo, it's almost like you speak English. It's almost like you're from America or something, because that's what I need right there. Klepcho, that's perfect right there. That's what I need. You can tell he's from America. He spelled it out exactly how I need to pronounce it. That echo, you are my dictionary. Klepcho. Thank you. Yeah. Now I gotta remember it. Crab Joe. Oh no. Klepcho. Okay. I will try my best to remember. No. You don't have to do that. Don't change it. I'll remember. I'll try anyway. Sounds like Clapjaw. Oh, jeez. Oh, man. Klepcho. Okay. All right, what do we got here? Do we have anything on the Just bouncing around, though. I would hate to say to get involved in any of this. There is a reality hack in play, but I gotta tell you, it's just off because all it's doing is bouncing around here, guys. Closer? No, that one's no good, but the other one actually is in play. Expecting to get up and tap weekly open again, which makes tons of sense, but I don't, it's just banging around. Putting on a top wick, no bottom wick. I don't think I'd want to be involved, to be honest with you. Would it go up here? Yeah, but I am not a fan of it. But if you're gonna make me KL3, I won't be mad. Yeah, no. No, I'd rather call you the right name. I just never knew what it was. And KL3 made sense to what I saw. I won't open any trades until FOMC, yeah. Yeah, and I was considering coming back, but Sonny, I don't think there's any point. I don't think Powell's speaking. Yeah. Yeah, I knew the... Oh, instead of a E, it's like big mirroring E. Yeah, gotcha. I figured there was a reason that you played it that way. I wasn't exactly sure. Oh, Joe. Yep. Now I gotta remember not to call you KL3, though. Sonny, I mean, I don't know what you think, Sonny, but I was. This morning when I saw that, I was like, well, maybe I'll run a short stream and then come back at 2 for FOMC, but I don't know what your thoughts are, but I'm going to assume not going to be too crazy. What we got? Polish term that refers to a type of small sweet pastry. Huh. Chocolate, no? Wow. You didn't know that. How are you not gonna know that? L8. Oh. Nickname made of my surname. Huh. You want to get the numbers off the chart? Yes. Right click. Jeff, go to data series. Go all the way down to the bottom and put do not plot. It should say text and markers. And then like text only or something. And then do not plot. Once you click do not plot and apply, yeah, they'll all go away. Yep. Absolutely, Jeff. Gemini is very unreliable with the answers. Huh. %70 errors? Wow. That's kind of crazy. That's more error than not. That's bad. Friday, I think, will be the craziest day. Yeah. I love Friday, Sonny. If ES cannot hold it here, we are dropping lower. Yeah, we're right back into this consolidation range here. You're right. If she falls through here, that should be a move back down. NQ's probably looking, yeah, similar there, yeah. We've got Chat GPT, the paid thing. My wife does the paid thing and does stuff with it. Okay. For historical prices? Yeah. Never used it for that, I guess. We tried to use it for the social stream ninja this morning, and it did pretty well, because there's a video that I watched when I initially installed that, and you have to uninstall it and then reinstall it once you do the update on it. So, and the video was like a 30-minute video, so I didn't want to watch it all the way back through. But we just kind of asked ChatGPT, and got it pretty much. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but enough to get up and running. That's why I was late this morning. That's why the stream started and then ended. It was because I had no chat feature, and there's no way I could run without Social Stream Ninja. There's no way I could keep... Basically, what would happen is we wouldn't have the whole chat bar up on the left-hand side, so nobody would be able to see anything that anybody was saying, nor would I. I'd have to go to each social media platform and get each chat that everybody said. And that I wouldn't be able to keep up. It'd be a disaster. So, essentially, Social Stream Ninja's extension, and I pop all the chats out, and then it runs them all through OBS. So it makes it much easier, and that's how, on the left of the stream, you get all the chat up there. Well, that's the same thing that I get in my OBS, so that I can see, you know, everybody chatting at the same time. It would be super hard to do this without that. So the candles have 1 hour. What do you mean, how much of candles have 1 hour wicks? ChatGPT tells you how many candles have 1 hour wicks? Downloaded historical price data from Yahoo Finance. Took the data from 1980. Aha, I said 87%. Dang, I was close. 88%. Yeah. Makes sense. I believe that. same for weekly open. In the week, it will always come back to the open. How often after going away, 100 ticks, 200 ticks, 300 ticks. Yeah, that's the problem. Just because it always goes back doesn't necessarily mean that it goes back again. Z-Chow's laughing at you. But it's true. I mean, like here, I mean, we've already done it. We've already pushed away, came back, you know, so on and so forth. And that's the problem, because a lot of times we're trying to anticipate on Friday of a move back, but a lot of times it's already came back. Except for, I don't know why Z's laughing, except for, and everybody can remember this, that Thursday that we were so extended and it never came back to weekly open. And we talked about it here on the stream that it has to come back, right? But it seemed impossible that day. And it was the night of something. I forgot what happened, but something crazy happened. And it came back. It dumped all night in order to come back and hit weekly open on Friday. Absolutely amazing. It was against all probabilities and still played out. Absolutely amazing. And Aiken, I know you weren't here. We always anticipate a move back to weekly open. That's why I put it on my chart. And obviously when you trade like this, you know, there's no anticipation anymore because we've been at weekly open essentially, you know, all week. But if we were to open, let's just say, and I know this wasn't the open, but let's just say that you opened here and you just push up, you know, and you're pushing all the way up here. What will happen is normally come Friday, it will push back down and actually come back and tap weekly open. Well, there was 1 week where it did exactly that, but it was so far extended that, you know, even though the probability was that it was going to come back down, we were like, there's no way that it's going to come this far back down. And that was the week that it gold super dumped, and it dumped overnight and just continued to fall all through Friday, and it came back and hit the weekly open. Absolutely crazy, but it didn't. I'd love to say as expected. We always expect it to come back, but that time we just thought it probably wasn't possible. All right, Jeff, see you in a minute. Yeah, Paul. Yep. Absolutely crazy. Does anybody have any questions, guys? Felt like we went over a lot today, so make sure if anybody has any questions, please don't hesitate. Poetry. Poetry does suck. Oh my jeez. Bet that's like a leaf blower or something they're using on that doll. Hey, Fluck, hey, did you get 8 hours of sleep last night? No Man Poor said to make sure you get 8 hours. Alright, you got 9. You just don't seem like you're in a very good mood. Maybe you need to have a Snickers. Maybe you're hangry. character develops with a lot of mood swings. I don't know, they say if you're hangry, you should have a Snickers, Chief Block, eh? Angry, angry. Yeah, you always get ads, Jeff. I just saw a message and now it's gone. Happened. That was you, Mr. Y. I see now. Yeah, it came over the, comes over my OBS, but I had no idea where the message actually went. I was trying to figure it out, and I was like, what's going on? I was confused. How do you not have NQ or gold? I mean, you got Nasdaq, right? On your firm? And XAU? Oh, no indexes. Okay, okay. Leaves $5 more. Yeah. That makes sense. That'll put it right back in range. And then Klebcho, see the we may see the inverted head and shoulders on a big pattern on the 30 then. See what I'm saying? If you come up the neckline, then come back down, then come back up, possibly. We'll see. I have oil and gold. Paul. Paul's like, Sonya called it. Look. I wasn't sure how many of them companies still did poker tournaments, or how many you guys still were involved in, because I know you guys said it. You don't talk about them much anymore. Don't wait a whole day. Trade. That's Z for you. Yeah. Yeah, Jeff, I figured you didn't play much anymore. Guys from this server not play, and we make one more server. All guys post alert activity. Oh, I gotcha. Gotcha. Well, the sad thing is, Jeff, that it doesn't seem like any of them give away. You know, they only give away 4x accounts. That's the only bad part about it. I read today and needed to walk away. Yeah, Paul. Again, that one's tough. You gotta be in the mind frame of, there's the setup, there's the entry, I took it. It's a win, regardless of whether it wins or loses. It's tough. Super tough. Super tough. Yeah, Sonia, that's the truth too. I know Sonny saw a lot of that, and I still haven't messed with the book map enough, but yeah, he saw that that was what was happening. That was one of the reasons I had never got it prior. JJ used to always say that the problem with all those platforms that show order books like that, or even using order books as a whole, was, you know, they like to call them spoof orders or whatever they are. They drop orders and then they pull them, and that's the biggest problem, because you don't know which ones are real and which ones are fake, so it makes it super hard. Oh no, Paul, don't do that. But I understand too. Sadly, it's hard. Am I gonna be live? Hold on. Off right now. Gotta. I don't think so. Clip Joe, I don't think so. I'm trying. I don't think I'm gonna go live, because if Pal was speaking, yes. Pal was speaking, I would, because you know you're gonna get plenty of movement and it'd be worth going live. So whenever Pal speaks, yes, I do. Today, I'm not sure there's going to be enough movement to... I don't want to waste everybody's time. So, we'll probably just shut down. I will see you later. I'm probably going to be shutting down here before much longer as well. Well, I don't... It kind of is, though, G-Flock, because... Yeah. Okay, see you tomorrow, Klebcho. Kind of is, though, G-Flock, because if I start up a whole stream and the price doesn't move at all, then it's kind of a waste of everybody's time. If Pow was speaking, I would I'd come back for FOMC. Yeah. The whole thing is, Paul, if you learn from it, then it was good, right? And that's kind of, you know, another one of those things of, I hate to say rewiring your brain or whatever, but you know what I'm saying. If you learn from the mistake that you make, then it was actually a win, you know. And I know it's hard to look at it that way. I try to do the whole positivity thing in order to keep people positive, but it's not as easy as just saying it like that either. I'm well aware of these things. But if you can try to look at it that way, it definitely helps you mentally, right? Because you say, okay, well, I made the mistake, but now I learned. Yeah. Serious high time frame is maybe better to work on. Discipline. And that's the thing too. If you are trading on smaller time frames, you're going to find a lot more entries. Maybe I'm crazy, guys. I like watching charts. Maybe I'm odd. I don't know. Yep, Paul. Absolutely. Then you learn from all the frustrating times, and then you get to look back on them. That's the whole beauty at the end of the day. just watching this conversation, guys. If anybody has any questions, you can ask, but... That's where I'm at, Paul. And I've always got charts up. When I was doing crypto, I used to sleep with my laptop right beside me so I could wake up and turn over and look at the charts. Because if not, I'd have to fire it up or get on a phone or something if I woke up in the middle of the night. I used to roll over, open my eyes, and I was like, man, I wonder where the price is now. So I had to figure it out or else I couldn't go back to sleep. Very crazy. I don't do that anymore, but now I turn my laptop off at night. And that's the whole thing. Everybody does how they prefer to trade, right? Why there's so many different ways to trade, G-Flock, eh? Yeah. A majority of people are not profitable. That's the ABCs too. You got to find your edge. Stay consistent. No, there's more ways to become profitable than just following my strat, G-Flock, eh? Yeah, people have all kinds of different ways of trading this thing, G-Flock, eh? And if you truly want to be a trader, then you got to find something that actually works for you. And not everybody sees, you know, or enjoys doing the same thing. I will tell you that. Yep, everybody has his own thing. Exactly. And that's the whole thing. It's all in what you can see in candles too. That's always a difference. Like JJ doesn't see anything in candles either. Lots of people don't. Yep. You trade with MACD, RSI, volume, candles, order flow, PPO. You trade whatever resonates with you. That's the whole thing. Yes. Do all, yep, do opposite from all the YouTubers. Exactly. Yep, I agree 100%. I don't know if he actually can hear anything I say or if he just is in chat. He may not be able to hear anything, guys. I'm not talking about you, Chief Luck. I am talking about Z. I don't know if he can hear me. He may just be in chat. He may not actually be hearing what we're saying, so, or what I'm saying, I guess, because I'm the only one. Yep. Exactly, Paul. Not a terrible idea. Just make sure you manage it aggressively. But yeah, if you can get an entry on the 800, just make sure you manage aggressively because it's just banging around this area here. You're essentially in chop. You see what I'm saying? But yeah. You guys go. I don't know why nobody else got it. There. That's what he dropped yesterday. I don't know anything about it. That's just what he dropped. Can't tell you if it's good, bad, or indifferent, guys, but he's talking about. All right, guys, does anybody have any questions? We're right back in the range. 2 candles, no bottom wicks, guys. Each 30. Building up here, right? So if FOMC is going to make any moves, you understand where we're at with it. Do I expect much? No. So we got bottom wicks and top wicks both ways. If you can find a position, again, I try not to trade. It's completely up to you. You could trade this range if you want. I try to stay out of this range. Of course, the next range is kind of tight consolidation too. Just realize what you're getting into, right? So you can trade this area or trade this area back up to here. And then once we break out of that, see, now you got a nice area to trade up. And once you break below this, you already know you got a decent area to trade down, which part of it's already filled. So, but if there is a big move, obviously you're going to see that area be able to push through, right? You'll be able to see an actual push through those areas if that's something that you're trying to take advantage of this afternoon. Be careful trading FOMC. You know, make sure you're got a good idea on direction, but the rules don't change, guys. It's still going to be exactly the same thing, right? If FOMC was about to open right now and this candle comes up, gives you a top wick and closes above, and then gives you a down wick, and you can trade that back up just like here. You know, just manage your trade accordingly and know that you're probably going to get a big move. So make sure your take profit and your stop loss is set when you get in, and let it run. Chase it with a stop. The price action's just going to be faster. Everybody's got all these you know, thoughts that because it's news that you're going to get killed or whatever, and I don't even know how fast it'll move, but just if anybody's going to trade it, obviously be careful, but normally all that will happen is you'll just see faster moves of exactly what was going to happen anyway, right? So nothing out of whack like everybody thinks. I think that it's unreasonable price action. Everything's crazy. Normally it's not. Normally it just happens faster. That's all. Anybody have any questions today? Anything? Any questions, guys? Ideas, thoughts, anything before we shut down? Nope. I guess not. Alright, guys. Have a great afternoon, evening, or night wherever you are. I'll see you all tomorrow. See you later, Sonia, G Flocke, Mr. Y, Paul, Sonny. See you guys later. I'll be back first thing tomorrow morning. Like I said, I would do FOMC, but without Powell speaking, I just don't think it'll be great. So, all right, man. See you guys later. I will, have a great day. I will see you all first thing tomorrow morning, guys. I appreciate you showing up. Have a good one, Paul. All right, guys. Remember to stay consistent out there. Bye, guys. See you later, Jeff. That echo. Sorry. Aiken. I forget my people on YouTube. Hey, guys. Have a great afternoon, evening, or night, wherever you are. And remember to stay consistent out there, guys.